And I think we are live, right? Alrighty. So, how's everyone doing today? So anyway, I think I want to just start off by thanking these special people here. These are, in my lower left-hand corner, these are my executive producers. These are the people that make my show possible. And I can't thank them enough. Russell gave me $100 last week. Scrub Ghost gave me 15. So anything you can give would be totally appreciated. Buy me a cup of coffee. I'll leave a link in the section below. Anyway, how is everyone doing today? I don't know if doesn't seem like anybody's here yet. Just give me a few seconds here. I think there'll be a few people that that decide to show up. So yeah. Oh man, I'm so excited to be streaming today. I almost didn't make it, guys. I gotta be honest. So yeah. Anyway, I'm really excited. Wow. So anyway, I was really disappointed that no one checked out my video last week about some of my deep dives, but I mean, I guess it is what it is. Like, did a deep dive that I spent a few hours on, like really uncovering the nuts and bolts. I have 55 views and a comment and 3 likes. Jeez, guys, you're killing me. I'm not trying to shame you. I mean, I guess if that's just not your thing, if deep dives aren't your thing, I get it. Had another one about the AB 1043. I'll talk about that a little bit because I think a lot of people probably still want to hear my thoughts about it at least. But anyway, I'm just going to stick around for a few minutes and yeah, I'm just going to wait for a couple of people to join. Let me get a shareable link for everyone, right? That would probably be the right thing to do. All right, let me see here. I'm going live. Boom. All right. All righty. So let's go ahead and post that. And let's do it on Blue Sky. Whoa. Oh, this is rich. I'm getting sick of this. My batteries don't last long enough in my mouse. I might use that one later. Alrighty. Now let's go to X. Post. And we can go here. Where is okay, there used to be a place to post here. Oh, create post. Oh, I can't do it like that. Okay, never mind. I thought I could do Instagram. That would give me some. All right. Very good. Discord. I saw that age verification in Discord the other day. I think if I see it too many more times, I'm going to go ahead and leave my Discord server. I don't give a damn. All right. So, I got one viewer. How are you? Hey, what's up, Slurshie? What's up? All right, let's get over here. All right. You guys tried Fedora? Fedora. Sorry. Ooh, I don't. I shouldn't blaspheme like that, right? Yeah. Have you guys tried Firefox? So anyway, I've shared my. I would love to be able to share my content before, and the only way that I can do that is to plan my stream ahead of time and get everything ready and have everything just like ready and rearing to go as soon as at a certain time. And it's always really hard to do it. I've done it a few times, but it's such a pain. I wish there was a better way to, invite everybody beforehand. Tomodachi Life. What is that? That sounds interesting. Oh. I see. That's cool. So he's referring to this right here. That's cool. Yeah. We might be able to go up here. Don't do that. All right. Wow. I kind of like that. Anyway, I'm just waiting for a couple more people to join my stream. All right. Didn't I say always on top? Okay. How? Oh, I'm confused. Oh, I see. That's cool. Somebody's hitting me up, right? Where is my phone? Oh. Just gotta make sure my wife isn't. Oh no. We're good. I have a message, folks. All right. I'll quit messing around. All right. Anyway. How many of you tried the new Firefox? That's what I want to know. So I have a few views here. Very good. I'm just waiting for a couple people to get on. How many of you tried the new Firefox? Really? That's interesting because I was actually thinking about trying Neary. I I actually was working with it this last week, and I tried to install it on Void Musl. There was a few functions that were just a little funky, so that's why I'm on Glibc right now. Well, look at this. Hey, so basically, let's see here. What's new in it? What isn't new? So, like, take a look. So I have like, this is basically just like the Zen browser right now. And down here, I have like all my favorite AI stuff. Like, I can choose which AI I want to use and stuff like that. There's the settings, tabs from other devices, whatever, and I can have like different sessions and different things. So if I want to organize like my deep dives, this is going to be really cool. Yeah, I liked what I saw. I really did. I liked what I saw in Neri as well. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I loved it actually. Um anyway, yeah. You got bookmarks, history, all of those things that you would expect. You have all of like your normal, you know, extensions and things like that. I haven't tried out like the whole like mouseless thing, you know, like with my keyboard yet. That's going to be my next thing. Right now I'm in XFCE because I switched over to Glibc yesterday, and I had to get a million things set up. Like if I go over here to like I know you can't see this, but like Vert Manager, I had to install Windows 11 for my day job. I hate that. But you know, Windows, the only good place to put Windows is in a virtual machine or in the garbage can. So I had issues with games not focusing in full screen with. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, that's yeah, I heard about that actually. But yeah, I mean overall though, really, really, really cool stuff here, man. Um yeah. I really kind of like this setup, but yeah. I've been looking at Void Linux a lot. I I gotta say, I was shocked that there was a I was shocked that there was a I don't know how you call it, like I was shocked. I didn't understand the architecture and the engineering behind Void Linux. I had no idea until, I don't know, probably about 3 months ago when I was doing my deep dives. And this is so close to what I was looking for. And so, yeah. Noctalia shell. Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get now that I'm on Glibc, I think that Neri's gonna work a lot better, and I'm gonna try that out. And basically, I'm gonna try them all out. So I'm gonna try out River, DWL, Mango, WM, and Neri. I think in the next couple of weeks, and see which one I like the best. Maybe make a comparison video or something. Anyway, I'm just so shocked. Anyway, I think we probably should get to the main event of the show. All right. So let me just take a cup of coffee and so I bet you a lot of people are wondering why I switched from Musl to Glibc on Void Linux. Well, I'm just going to tell you. I wanted my computer to do what I told it. I wanted to be able to use OBS. I wouldn't be able to, I don't know, edit videos without having to render them in MOV files. And I mean, seriously, like I had a 20-minute video that was 60 gigabytes in size. It's ridiculous. Like I don't think it would have been more than a gigabyte or two if I would have done it with like MP4. And I didn't see any I didn't see a lot better like performance or anything like that. But I chose Musl because of its technical purity, right? But honestly, like there's like 2 or 3 use cases where I need like more practical compatibility, right? That ecosystem just has to be practical. And that's pretty much the bottom line, I think. But I've been thinking about this quite a bit, and it does have definitely a clean design, but we don't have like the convenience extensions that have become like the de facto standard in the Linux world. That's a problem. So I've just decided, like for real, I've just decided I'm going to go to Glibc. But I'm going to keep some of my minimalist, I'm going to keep some of my minimalist sensibilities, right? And so I guess people who normally like Musl, they like things that are centered around minimalism, security, and predictability. And that really resonated with me. I'm not going to lie. It really did. This strict POSIX compliant, like the strict POSIX compliance, I would much prefer to be POSIX compliant than to not, right? And I think a lot of people feel that way. But then there's a point where, I don't know, practicality has to kind of jump in there somewhere, right? Where your computer needs to be, you need to be able to use your computer the way you see fit, right? In Musl, like when you use some tools, it doesn't really allow for that. And see, it's kind of funny because I've been going on this minimalist deep dives over the last, I don't know, 3 or 4 months now, because I wanted to figure out which operating system is the best designed from a minimalist standpoint. And there's a few things that I discovered along the way. Like, for example, I'm not in the X11 camp. I'm not in the Wayland camp. I hate how the two sides bicker at each other. I kind of hate how Wayland and especially Red Hat Linux is dead set on just completely killing X11. I hate that. the Red Hat developers are wrong for that. You know, there's systems that have been around for 40 years. They depend on these things, right? And so I get all of these things. And again, I think that it's okay to be intellectually honest and say, hey, I see a use case for X11, but Wayland actually might be superior because it runs with less overhead. It's perfectly reasonable for both things to be true. And right now, we have a bunch of people who are just bad actors, right? They really want me to just roll over. They want me to just say, well, you got to choose a camp. Why do I got to choose a camp? Why do I have to choose anything? Some X11 devs are wackos, but the X11 devs are your current Wayland devs right now. Yes, some of them are wackos. I agree. And see, the thing is a person can shoot it down the middle. Say, look, some of the things about Linux minimalism is warranted. Some of it's garbage. Like, about 70% of what Luke Smith stood for, I would say is legitimate. But about 30% of it's just retarded. Let's just be real about that. Okay? He wants I mean, it seems like Luke Smith wants to be that Gen Xer, but he's not. And it's just that simple, right? And there's a lot of things to this, but I liked running Musl, for example. I could live in Musl if I didn't have to screencast if I didn't have to use OBS, if I didn't have to edit video, if I didn't have to do some of these things, I could easily live in Musl. I could easily be POSIX compliant. Easily. Like there was nothing too over the top that I couldn't handle, but there was a few things. Like when I literally compiled OBS from source. I tried to compile it with the browsers and some of the other plugins, and it just took a dump on me because Musl couldn't handle it. But I mean, it's cool because, a lot of people who like it, they like the security through simplicity. It's got a smaller code base than Glibc. The attack surface is significantly reduced. It avoids many of the complex legacy features in Glibc that have historically been sources of vulnerabilities, like get-opt behaviors or complex NSS lookups, things like that, right? I get it. And I don't know. There's a lot of people who have a lot of reasons to like or dislike, and I'm not even sure why someone would dislike Musl. But I could see why someone would be like, I just can't use it. Not for my setup. Again, I could see why someone could say, I could perfectly use this, right? And one of the things that bothered me throughout the whole time was the predictable performance and memory. It has a very, very small memory footprint. and predictable startup times because it avoids lazy binding. And it basically resolves like the symbols only when they're first called. It's kind of hard to explain, but this actually works both ways. It's a double-edged sword, which I'm going to explain in a minute, because when how should I put this? When yeah, okay, I got it. So when I mean, it basically works where it's very very efficient until it runs into something that makes it inefficient. Until it runs into something it has a hard time handling. And then the resources go through the roof. And that's pretty much, but I see why people like it. I was almost ready to drink the Kool-Aid, man. I was loving my experience with this. Okay? But there are some people who understand that there's almost always some sort of friction of living in a Glibc dominated world, right? What do I mean by that? Well, first you have the closed source wall. Proprietary software like NVIDIA drivers, Steam, Spotify, Zoom is almost universally compiled against Glibc. So is, I don't know, OBS Studio? Yeah. Running these on a Musl system requires complex compatibility layers like gcompat or libc6compat, something like this. And they don't always work perfectly. Then you have DNS networking quirks, right? Musl handles DNS differently than Glibc. Now, I found this out in a real way, okay? Yeah, I tried to connect a VPN, and well, kind of fell short. I couldn't figure it out, even with Claude. I couldn't figure out how to get the VPN to work. Now, maybe I asked the wrong prompts. Maybe it's super simple. Maybe yada yada yada. I had a hard time with it, and I'm a veteran Linux user. So basically, it doesn't support like the name service switch system, meaning it ignores like Etsy nsswitch.com for something like this. And that can break networking in specific enterprise environments or VPN setups that rely on non-standard name solutions. And again, this is what I was talking about. There was also some real raw performance trade-offs. I noticed that my computer ran so much heavier on the resources. I did. I understood it. It ran so much heavier. You know what it ran like? It ran like me running AuroraDX on my laptop for a year. All of the bloat and the what do you call it? All of the different I don't even know what you call that anymore, right? Like all of the flat pack garbage, it all stacks up and slows your computer down. This is why I left. This is why I left AuroraDX. I love the idea of infrastructure as code, when it comes to setting up a desktop environment. But I don't like not being able to use your package manager. I don't like being able to install binaries. I mean, I don't care if you have to install it to root or not. Like, make a separate layer. And I mean, there's like so many things that you could do. I don't care about any of those things. But what I do care about, I care about, basically having some sort of optimization to where my computer isn't so slow. And that's just one of the craziest things to me. And this is why I am thinking, okay, like, I was like, let's go the exact opposite direction, right? Let's go the Musl void direction. Let's go uber minimalist direction, right? But there are some, technical things like the Glibc allocator, PTM allocator it's basically tuned for high concurrency, right? Multi-threaded performance, whereas Musl allocator focuses on minimizing fragmentation and overhead, which definitely causes it to be slower in some benchmarks, right? Especially synthetic benchmarks, which I don't know. It's really funny to me how all this works. So, like for example, MP4s. Well, Glibc repositories include libx264, libx265 as a standard. In the Musl world, especially on a purity-focused distro like Void, the default FFmpeg build often lacks these because of difficulty of building the assembly optimized versions of those encoders against Musl headers. I was forced to use to render in MOV format, and OBS kind of defaulted to like a lossless or near lossless codec, and it just ended up with a file that was pixel mapped out rather than compressed, which is great for a high-end studio, maybe, I guess, but it's terrible for like a YouTube upload, because then it takes an hour or two for it to show up. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. All right, the Bluetooth. Bluetooth is already like a stack of cards on most Linux distros. On Musl, yeah, it's just a complete abortion. It just, like, dbus works pretty well on Musl, so I thought maybe it should work. And there's certain things that dbus works really well on Musl. There's things that just don't. That's just kind of the bottom line. Then there's like many Bluetooth drivers like blues that make, subtle assumptions about how the C library handles threading and memory allocation. It's kind of like those glibcisms, right? And when they're not there, the stack just fails silently or drops connection without telling you why. And that was my experience. I couldn't figure out the Bluetooth thing. I couldn't connect Bluetooth. I've connected Bluetooth on Void Linux a couple of times. I've never had any trouble with it. Even before not social media, but before AI was a big thing, a few years ago, I was able to do I could um I could connect my Bluetooth without much problems. The distro that gave me the most problems, other than this Void Musl, was probably Debian, and I've never been able to figure that out. Debian has gave me such a fit, and that's just my experience. I'm not throwing rocks at Debian. Please don't think that I'm throwing rocks. I'm not. It's just my experience. Years ago, many times I've tried to set up Bluetooth on Debian and Debian-based distros. The only one that it was somewhat easy was with MX Linux. And what's fascinating about this is that it felt slower than AuroraDX. Like Universal Blue's ecosystem. You might remember I did a lot of these streams on AuroraDX. I love that distro. I do. I love that distro a lot. Anyway, the thing about UBlue is that it is heavily optimized for desktop experience. It's like a gaming dev ready Fedora kind of thing that's completely sandboxed. And I don't know, like it has a lot of optimized assembly, things like memory copying and string handling. Musl definitely uses like this clean portable C for heavy lifting like video rendering or UI heavy apps. Glibc is almost always faster. I'm just gonna say. Flatpaks on Musl. Well, Flatpaks solved the it won't run problem on Musl. And since they bundle their own Glibc runtime, they can add a layer of integration friction. And I considered that. I considered using Flatpaks for the couple of things that I needed it for. I really did. But I want to get away from using sandboxed environments if I can. Like the only sandbox I want to use like the binary. I want to install from the binary. And yeah, I want to install the everything from like the binary. I don't care if, like, for example, I use a distro box to do, which I did on my setup. I used the distro box to basically have a sandboxed area to have some of those things. So I used a Fedora one. I had a few things installed through Fedora, through Arch Linux, and a couple others. And I was genuinely happy. I just couldn't get I really couldn't get the performance I was looking for. Even with that, I mean, it was still just buggy as hell. It just felt like, I mean, this was why I left AuroraDX. It was like, dude, this is just way too slow. Like after a year, it just got so slow. The overhead on this was so ridiculous. I just said, okay, I'll go something a little bit more bare bones. I'd been doing all these deep dives. I said, hey, why don't we go as close to POSIX compliant as we possibly can get? That was Void Musl. The other one would be Alpine Linux, right? That runs Musl. Anyway, I thought about, the glib system inside a Musl shell, right, which would have been Flatpaks or snaps, right? The latency in the UI portals, the theming can make the system feel heavy, laggy, compared to like native atomic polish of like say Aurora in the beginning, or maybe just like an Ubuntu distro, or maybe you set up Fedora or Arch or an Arch derivative. Any of these were faster than what I was experiencing using Musl. Okay? And I just had to like trade like that technical purity setup for let's get stuff done. Right? Void glibc still gives you the speed of run at next BPS without the I can't render an MP4 tax. I can't, do this or that. I can't, do anything with video or audio, like it's crazy. That immutable-ish setup, likely to erase your darlings or root on TIMP-FS approach, is probably the ultimate minimalist answer to the bloat of modern immutable distributions. I actually like that. I love it, in fact. So like when you run with root as a TIMP-FS, you're essentially treating your OS as a stateless appliance. Or a stateless computer, right? It gives you like infrastructure's code benefits of an atomic system like Aurora or Bazite or Bluefin or whatever, without like the massive OS tree overhead or the weight of a pre-baked image. And this is why Void is like the perfect canvas for like a minimalist infrastructure as code that I've been thinking about setting up. And so, anyway, you guys have all heard, and you guys saw just this last week that I made my own ISO image. I made my own ISO image because I'm planning on having a distribution that does have immutable tendencies, but runs on bare metal. I have a couple ideas how that will roll out, and I've been doing a lot of research to, basically have the best setup I could possibly have and be able to duplicate it, because I think a lot of people want to have that, right? I think a lot of people want to have something that doesn't have the overhead, but they want the security of something like Universal Blue. And I have a few ideas on how to achieve that. The run it advantage, for example, compared to like System D, which powers almost all your immutable distros, run it is very tiny. It's stateless. The speed at which run it can bring services up from a cold boot is just pretty legendary, really. It basically fits that whole idea of nothing being written as root philosophy perfectly, because there's no little state to manage in the first place, right? This is something that I've been really, really taking a look at. This is something that is really interesting to me. I got a comment here. basically, I am Lux says, I've been thinking about what Void or MX would be like with geeks. Here. That's an interesting combination, to be honest. And so, anyway, we have the XBPS speed, like if you're rebuilding your environment via scripts or dot files that can keep it immutable-ish. You need a package manager that doesn't crawl. Now, my favorite package managers is DNF, and is somebody hit? Okay. So my favorite package manager right now is DNF or EO. What is it? EO. I can't remember the Solus package manager. Those are the two best package managers I have seen so far. Pacman probably comes in maybe a third, maybe. But I actually think that XBPS might actually be better in some ways than Pacman. Now, Pacman comes stacked with the most tools. And that's what a lot of people like. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them for liking that, right? And so you really need like a really good package manager, though, that will install things through the binaries, but also make things easy to install from the binary system, right? XBPS is arguably one of the fastest package managers in the ecosystem, and it has like the stateless refresh feel, nearly instantaneous rather than a chore. I really like how they've engineered this. But a lot of people are going to go, no, Void's like I remember when the lead dev just absconded. I don't know how many of you remember that, right? But everybody swore that Void Linux was going to be done with. I'm telling you, this is the closest thing that I'm looking for. Okay. And if that weren't enough, all of those things that I've mentioned so far, you probably could have decoupled persistence. For example, unlike Fedora Silverblue or Aurora, like I was using, where the system is often monolithic, and Void Setup just lets you surgically decide exactly what lives on your persistent storage, like your home directory, your Etsy SSH directory, and what vanishes into the ether at shutdown. And I just have to say, that in itself, the fact that you don't have that kind of overhead, and the fact that you could actually build such a system fairly easily. I mean, I'm looking at this. I've been thinking about this for the last couple of months and doing a lot of deep dives because I wanted to know what would make the best operating system. And I'm going to tell you right now, the best operating system that I have used so far is FreeBSD. There's nothing like it. I mean, seriously, it takes a Pepsi challenge over any Linux distro, including Void. Let's be real. And I haven't really tried OpenBSD yet, but I would venture to bet that any of the BSD flavors are better than any Linux distro. Let's be real. If hardware compatibility wasn't an issue, that's where I would be. And in fact, my next computer, I'm buying it strictly to put FreeBSD on it, most likely. Now, I don't know if I'll live in FreeBSD or if I'll dual boot or what will end up happening. I have no idea. But I do know this. I know that in Linux, if you want to get that experience of being closest to BSD, you have a few choices, right? You have Gentoo. That's a pretty close. You have Alpine. I think that's pretty close. Slackware. What else? You have Crux Linux. And you have Void. I might be missing one or two here that don't come to mind. That's it. Those are the BSD distros. Those are the distros that pattern closest to BSD. And the one that allows you to do those, like make that immutable-ish kind of system like FreeBSD. And FreeBSD has an immutable-ish kind of setup, right? Let's not kid ourselves. That's Void. Okay. Now, I felt a lot of bloat when I was using Aurora, and I think it uses a lot of really cool technologies that, I'm all into cloud computing, infrastructure as code. I love those things. I do. And the thing is I'm not such a, I don't even know what to say. Like, I'm not such a purist that I couldn't live with System D. I could absolutely live in System D. I don't have a problem with it. What I have a problem with is what's behind it. I don't like what's behind the whole System D rhetoric and basically everything that's behind the freedesktop.org and the government's trying to kneecap the GPL license. There's a lot of people who are like, we don't need the GPL. Dude, you don't know what's behind all of this. We do need the GPL license. I'm telling you, these corporations have billions of dollars to weasel their way into your operating system and basically make open source closed source. Yeah, and there's Popo the Clown. That's also why I moved to Arch. The Void was incredible for the year I used it. Yeah, you know what? I'll tell you something about Arch Linux that if you are going to use like a rolling release type distro like Arch Linux, although I think the AUR is completely problematic in so many ways, they have the right corporate sponsors. Like Steam, for example, I think it was some, no, it wasn't Steam, it was Valve. Valve is a sponsor. I think that's a good sponsor for a Linux distribution to have. I'll tell you why. Because they're not interested in changing how the operating system works. When you have Microsoft as a donor, man, I don't know, man. Like, to me, that's like the one thing I go, oh my God, that's just bad. IBM, I could take or leave, they've made some really good contributions. You know, all the, you know, all the, you know, different, you know, all of the different, you know, closed source companies that now support the Linux distro. And I have to say that it's one of those things where I have a hard time justifying still using Linux now. Right now, FreeBSD is where Linux was about, I don't know, 15 years ago when I started using Linux. I started using it almost 20 years ago, but when I first started using Linux, like FreeBSD is pretty much where, you know, and I'll tell you, I think that BSD is just a better operating system. I've been reading about it. I've been messing with it. I had a hard time getting my volume sync to work, but you know what? I figured it out on my other laptop. I might actually be able to use FreeBSD on my laptop. And once I get a little bit more proficient in FreeBSD, I'm definitely I might make the effort. I don't know, but for right now, I'm really happy with Void. And yeah, I'm very happy with it. I like I wanted to stay with Musl. I did. I really did. And if the overhead wasn't so bad, like it was running, you know, like 30% heavier than it would have if just to run Glibc with the same stuff. And this is kind of what my experience with Aurora was, right? Where all of the flat packs just got stacked on top of each other. So obviously there was like some sort of trade-off, you know, convenience versus control. I like control. And, you know, things like Aurora, they bundle every possible driver, codec, container, runtime, whatever, to ensure a just works experience. Void Glibc kind of does the same thing. They have a lot of different codecs that are in a lot of distros. I'll give you an example about Void with Glibc. I have this small tablet. It's got a broken screen right now. But on this small 1 gigabyte, this small tablet with 1 gigabyte memory, I installed Void Linux on it. That was the only thing I could install that had the Wi-Fi chipset work out of the box. Why? Because the developer put a bunch of chipsets in there that you know, a bunch of Wi-Fi chipset drivers in there. They didn't have to do it. I mean, dude, seriously, like, this is why I like Void so much. And yeah, I kind of think by choosing the whole Glibc thing, though, you're choosing pragmatic minimalism, right? I think you have still the boring stability needed for things like OBS and Bluetooth, right? This is the stuff that you do need on your computer. You probably want. Void's architecture keeps the nothing on root cleanliness that I crave. And your own scripts, dot files act as your as the code in your infrastructure, especially with the idea that I got in mind. And this is definitely the difference between buying a prefabricated house like Aurora and having a blueprint that builds a custom house in 10 seconds every time you turn the key on, like Void. And so I've been looking at this. Now, I don't know how easily this would be. This is a possibility. So please don't tar and feather me because if it never happens. But what if I moved to ZFS from ButterFS on Void Linux? Dude, I can't believe you're not already jumping up and down. You're like, what? Somebody's doing what? Yeah. I don't know if I could do this, right? I mean, let's just be honest. Like, I don't know how easy or hard it would be. Although I'm going to probably fire up I'm probably going to fire up a virtual machine and try it. I'll install everything from source. I'll install it from the command line and see if I can't get ZFS installed and basically see what kind of tools that I could write for ZFS. You know, because you're essentially like moving from integrated into the kernel kind of thing to thinking the kernel module that thinks it's a complete operating system. You know, like it would create like this sheer architectural rigidity like that ZFS provides, but the setup on Void would require like a lot of manual bricklaying, I think. And you would definitely have like this immutable-ish feel with like a robust rollback feature. And then like the industry standard for the Void user might be like ZFS boot menu kind of thing, maybe. That's my thoughts anyway. I'm just kind of thinking out loud. Like on ButterFS, you know, like you'd probably using like grub or systemd boot or something, and it points at a subvolume. ZFS on Void would be different because the kernel can't natively read ZFS without the module loaded, right? So that's something that's interesting to me, where like it's definitely some hacking that would need to happen, right? But you know, you could get to where like you could find your ZFS pools, maybe like using ZFS boot menu or something, and then it would like let you pick a snapshot and then boot into it. And that would be like the cleanest way to handle like rollbacks before the operating system even starts. All right, Ethan, yes, I will. I'll keep you posted. All right, so that's my idea. Infrastructure is code vibe kind of thing, and how it fits all this. Well, if my bootloader isn't tied to the OS, if you break your Void root, you drop into the ZFS boot menu GUI and select a previous snapshot, and you're back in 10 seconds. And then you have the data set hierarchy. Unlike ButterFS subvolumes, which can feel a bit loose, ZFS datasets allow you to inherit properties like compression or encryption down a tree. And I would definitely want to like keep my minimalist but functional requirements. So like, I would have to structure my ZFS pool or Z pool, a certain way, right? And then to achieve the immutable-ish behavior, like in void without the tempfs RAM overhead, you could use a ZFS rollback on boot script in your run it initialization or ZFS boot menu hook. I would simply command the system to do the rollback or something like this, right? And I think this would, if I understand this correctly, this would like wipe the root clean every time I restarted, while my home var log, if I chose, would stay persistent on their own data sets. And the one thing is there's something about ZFS is that, as a minimalist, I have to kind of cope with is the fact that ZFS is actually a lot heavier than ButterFS. So ButterFS actually might be the compromise. I don't know yet. It's going to take a little bit of wrestling around with it. But I already have an ISO that I can burn. I understand how to like set it up and everything else. Yeah, it's pretty good. But the RAM tax is something that I have to really grapple with, right? ZFS uses ARC, adaptive replacement cache. This is the thing, right? And by default, it will try to claim 50% of my RAM. And you probably could cap this in like modprobedzfs.conf or something, but it will always be a little hungrier than ButterFS. You have also the DKMS dependency. This is kind of interesting too, where since ZFS isn't in the Linux kernel, every time I update the kernel on void, XBPS has to trigger a DKMS build to recompile the ZFS module. Now, this is just a background task, to be honest, but it would add some weight to my updates. That's something I got to keep in mind. But there's still a lot of reasons why I might prefer ZFS in my channel, right? Like, if ZFS does provide native encryption and send receive kind of thingy. I don't remember what they called that. But anyway, yeah. I'm trying to think. One of the things ZFS, the send and receive, you can pipe your entire operating system state over SSH to another machine as a single stream. And it gives you like that infrastructure's code feel, which is quite literal. Like it feels literal, right? You aren't just syncing files, you're syncing the whole block, the level state of like the whole drive. Man, you guys, this is exactly what I've been looking for, I think. Maybe. And again, I don't know, like, if I could, if it might just be worth it to do something with ButterFS and have, like, comparable results. I haven't really got that far yet. I couldn't tell you. Okay. But ZFS, ZFS definitely, there is like some concern with the RAM overhead from what I understand and from what I've heard, like there's certain complaints about it. And unlike the standard Linux page cache, which is aggressive about giving memory back to the OS the second the app asks for it, the Arc is more possessive. So, like the reality, how this would play out, at least the way I understand, if you have like a 32 gigabytes of RAM memory space, ZFS will try to take 16 of it. It will take half of it. If you launch a RAM heavy app like your video editor, right, the Arc should shrink. But on Linux, this shrink can sometimes be slower than the app's demand, leading to a heavier, stuttery feel, is what I understand. And again, this is all theory. I don't know. I don't know to like. I don't know how this works out in real life yet. This is theoretical, right? I did a lot of deep dives on this, and I really just wanted to just kind of, post some of my thoughts about some of this, because I've been doing all of these deep dives on what would make a good what would be a good operating system. What would make things, why, what would make it, what direction could we go in where you took the overhead off of your computer but gave it some of the features? Like, for example, if you're taking a look at universal blue, like Aurora, Baza, Bluefin, so on, like the idea that everything just works out of the box is just brilliant to me. Okay. I think I could replicate that to some degree with less overhead. Now, about the memory, could you cap the Arc? I think I could. On a desktop, like 2 to 4 gigabytes of Arc is plenty for snappy file lookups. You'd get the checksumming and the snapshots, like the integrity, without the RAM hog reputation, maybe. That's a possibility. I welcome that. That could actually work. So I guess maybe, like, is it worth it? Well, it wouldn't be worth it if I left all the ZFS stuff, if I left it to the defaults on a machine. That would be really, really bad. But I think I could get it to where, I could probably get it to where it ran pretty efficient. I would have all of those same benefits, maybe. And I would like to compare that to ButterFS. And since ZFS is out of tree, DKMS is pretty much your only path on Void Linux, which actually doesn't take any hit on performance, at least from that vantage point. Maybe the memory, but not from the DKMS part of it. So once a module is built and loaded and all that, like there's really no performance penalty, I don't think. At least that's my understanding of it, right? But the maintenance, it's real. Like every kernel update triggers a recompile. On modern multi-core CPUs, this takes 60 seconds. The risk is that a new kernel, EJ, like an example would be like 7.0 or something, would break the ZFS module before the OpenZFS team could patch it. On Void, this means you occasionally hold back a kernel update for like a week, which should be standard anyway, right? So I think we're okay there. Now, you probably heard how I prefer OpenRC to run it, and I do that. But the better engineered Linux system is Void for their architectural rigidity. And this is the closest thing, like I said, to like a FreeBSD base system philosophy. But I do like OpenRC a little bit better. It's a little cleaner, in my opinion. I would like to build something in the future that's got OpenRC, but has like, basically has some of the Void Linux, it has their engineering, I guess, for a lack of a better term. I think that might be a slightly better system. But the problem, I think, is that OpenRC, a lot of times when you're talking about AuroraDX, for example, or something like this, right? OpenRC feels like it was a Frankenstein project where it was just bolted on as like an afterthought to replace systemd. However, Alpine Linux is the exact opposite. It's built around OpenRC from the ground up. Has the BSD-like polish, but yeah, it's running Musl. And so Musl's good for servers. It's not good for desktops, I don't think. I thought I could do it. I mean, honestly, like I had something there for a while. I felt I did anyway. And let's just be honest, Void's engineering is not in the init system, which is kind of primitive in my opinion. It's in the integration. It's everything, right? So XBPS is clean. It's a real clean implementation that handles dependencies with a logic that feels more like PKG on FreeBSD than apt or DNF. And that's probably why I like it so much. Although I'm going to be honest, that is the one area where I think FreeBSD could improve quite a bit, is to update PKG, because I mean, seriously, it's almost as ancient as apt in functionality. I'll just be honest. I wasn't really overly impressed with PKG. I'm not impressed with it. But I mean, it gets the job done. You can install software fairly easily on FreeBSD. So I guess you can't complain from that vantage point. But the base, Void separates the kernel, the init, and the userland with a clarity that prevents bloat that I felt using Aurora, or that I felt using a lot of immutable systems, or even other systems where, it basically didn't separate these things. I guess if I wanted OpenRC, ZFS, and a well-engineered trifecta, maybe Gentoo. I've thought about it. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, you could use Glibc, OpenRC, ZFS natively. And it is the most engineered system in existence, right? The Gentoo is I think Gentoo probably is the most engineered system in existence. The reason why is because you're the engineer. But it's kind of the opposite of minimalist if you value your time. And I don't really care about that because I don't have a lot of overhead installed on my system. I don't have a lot of things installed on my system. I use more CLIs than I use GUIs and that sort of thing. So maybe not a problem. So my thing. My thoughts are probably stick with Void and Glibc. Maybe try ZFS boot menu and ZFS in general. I would get the erase your darling stateless root that I love, the Glibc compatibility, that my videos need and stuff like that, and the bootloader that feels like a professional enterprise tool. It could be something. And I'm just going to leave it there. Again, I don't know if I will ever do this. It's an idea that I have. ButterFS might work just as well for this. It might give me the same rollback feature that I want. Because ButterFS has really good rollback features. So that could be a possibility too. I'm very easy when it comes to that, right? But I mean, that's kind of my idea for a pragmatic minimalist setup. You treat your root partition as a disposable appliance, but you treat your user data as permanent libraries, right? How could it work? Well, you could have data set for your root, like zpool/root, that you roll back to every blank snapshot on every boot. You have a separate data set for /home, so zpool/home that never gets rolled back unless I want it to. The benefit is you don't have to worry about recloning 50 gigabytes of raw video footage, right, like I did with Musl, or cache files every time I reboot. My browser remains logged in and my OBS profiles stay put. That's my idea. The infrastructure's code element. Well, you still script your system configuration, the root Etsy stuff, or I guess the Etsy stuff, maybe even the roots, some root stuff. But you don't have to automate the small stuff, like where your window manager stores its last known position. Yeah, that's helpful, right? And so, yeah. And this is also where the IAC dream fully realizes itself. Everything, including your user profile, is volatile. How it works. How I think it works, I mean. Well, on boot, your system is a blank slate. startup script, perhaps run at service or a shell script, pulls your latest dot files from a Git repository and symlinks them into tempfs or a freshly cloned home data set. Like, home / home data set. So, the benefit would be like you would have total immunity to configuration drift. If you made a change by mistake, a reboot fixes it and you can move completely to a different machine. And I can tell you this would actually be welcomed. If I could get that to work. Sometimes I'm messing around with things and I totally screw up my machine. I haven't done it in a while, but sometimes I have to, I have ways of getting into the TTY and, basically undoing things, right? And, here I can move to a completely different machine, run my script, and have the exact same environment in minutes or seconds even. The challenge would be, I don't know, maybe large binary data. This is the bloat killer. You have to decide where things like node modules, flatpak runtimes, well, not really, because I'm not going to use flatpaks, video assets live. Usually this requires a third data drive or data set that is mounted separately. Maybe. So I think you could have kind of the best of both worlds with ZFS. I mean, it is so flexible that you actually don't have to choose, whether or not you use snapshots or to create like checkpointed persistence. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I agree with you, I'm Lux. Anyway, so basically you don't have to choose you could use ZFS snapshots to create checkpoint and persistence. You could spend the day editing video and tweaking your user interface. The commit, once you're happy, you could run a command to snapshot your home drive, right? And then the rollback, you would configure your bootloader to always roll back to that specific last known good snapshot. Yes, cross-platform. I agree with you. I've used Musl. So, for example, I installed Alpine, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago, maybe. And it was hard. It was really difficult. So if they make these same strides, Musl actually might become what I use in the future. Yeah, I could see that. Anyway, with this, you could have your rollbacks. You can configure your bootloader to always roll back to that last known snapshot. But this also gives you the erase your darlings benefit, like no junk builds that build up over months without the friction of having to re-authenticate every website and re-download your tools every morning. I think this is a win-win. But, again, I'm not really that sure yet. But there is a reason why this feels so much better than the atomic distro. Is probably its transparency. In atomic distro, the magic happens in a black box like OS tree, for example. And in a void plus ZFS setup, the magic is just a series of ZFS commands that you can read, edit, and understand. It's infrastructure's code, where code is actually yours. That's my idea. Again, let me know, what do you guys think about my idea? I'd really love to know what you guys think about it. But I have to say that when I was looking at this and looking at some of the different opportunities that I would have, I'm definitely wanting to go. I don't care about Immutable, to be honest, but I like the idea, right? But you have to have a minimalist feel. You can't have like this huge overhead, right? But if you could have like something where for example, if I could have ZFS on Void Linux, and this is just me talking right now, right? If I could just have it on Void Linux, and I could have, like, whenever I made an update to my dot files, it automatically pushed to it. Then I can pull that from my I can pull that from to my other machines automatically. Like, I always have to like I update on one machine and then update it on another and then another, where I could have the same machine. I would have this, and after that, if I could do that, if I actually successfully did that, not only would I have the best rices available, but I would absolutely do that. All right. So anyway, yeah. So I would definitely have the best rices available. And then after that, what would I do? Well, I would probably go with, I would find, maybe find a low latency kernel that I could use or something like that. Thank you, Lux. And then if I did a low latency kernel, I could work on my music stuff. Everything would be uber. It would just be the best. I would just have everything that I wanted, and it would work. And that's my idea, is just having like some sort of infrastructure's code setup. Now, when I used Arch Linux a long time ago, I had a little bit of infrastructure's code or at least I thought I did, when I would use something like Ansible. Which I like Ansible a lot, having an Ansible playbook just install my whole system. That's certainly a possibility. And you could actually control that with a Ansible playbook as well, right? Make a push, I think it would be really easy to do. Yeah. And so, yeah, I think it would be fairly easy and fairly doable. And yeah, I would definitely want to probably I'm going to go to work for a few months. But one of the things that when I go to Alaska to go to work, I'm probably going to spend quite a few days, sitting in coffee shops trying to, code this out and everything else. I mean, honestly, it will bring a lot of praise to Void Linux because I think it is a much better operating system, in my opinion. I know a lot of people might disagree with me, and I don't really care, but yeah, there's a lot of people who Void, yeah, my Ubuntu distro is better than that, man. With all the GNOME bloat. Yeah, no thank you. And actually, what I would do is after I got all of this done, I might start building my own desktop environment. And I would make it compatible with Xorg and Wayland. So you would have a choice. That's, some of my thoughts. But I need... Wow, I can't believe I've been streaming for an hour and a half. Wow, I'm kind of long-winded, aren't I? Who's all in my chat, man? Nobody's like chatting me up, man. Like, they just kind of like put me on in the background and then don't say anything. It's cool, but like, who's in my chat? That's what I want to know. Yeah, I'm really kind of interested in seeing what I can achieve. Yeah, and the thing is, yeah, I know you're there. I know IMLux is there. Probably Cross Platforms is there. I think Darren is in my chat. No, you're fine. But anyway, yeah, getting back to the money, I will say something I don't think a lot of people will appreciate, and that is the simple fact that, there is a couple of different camps here. So there are, when it comes to licensing, right? Like, there is a camp that wants to get rid of the FSF. And personally, I don't care. It doesn't, I don't lose sleep on whether or not the FSF will go away. I mean, I do think that nasal, annoying voice of Richard Stallman is a little annoying. I don't care about it. But my MIIS, oh, I only talk about installing Linux and committing tax fraud. Yeah. But anyway, I don't really care. But the one thing I will say is there is a group that is tied with some of the corruption that the OSI, the Open Source Initiative, and some of their corruption. There are distros that are tied to it. Ubuntu's tied with it. Fedora, Red Hat. What is another one? Debian is kind of tied to it, right? Even though Debian doesn't have corporate sponsors, let's just be real about it. They don't have the same corporate sponsors like that. They don't have any, but they have a lot of individual donations. But here's the thing: there's a lot of people in who are on the board of the OSI who are developing Debian. That's problematic. Then you get to Arch Linux and it's different. So all this to say, and again, I'm not poo-pooing anyone. I'm not putting anyone on blast. But when you actually take a look at the money, Slackware, Void, Crux, Dev1, Alpine, Ardix, even Arch Linux wins out. And I mean, honestly, like, that's the only thing that I care about right now. To be honest. I mean, what would we need to promote that kind of stuff, right? Like what and again, I don't care if the FSF decided to just kill over and die. I don't really care. I don't think it would really make much of a difference at this point, except for one thing. Legally, FSF has teeth. And the EFF has been able to take some pretty big companies to court and make them comply with things. I get that businesses are scared to work with so-called the GPL license. They should be. And so I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I guess I'm probably not enlightened enough to know. But anyway, certainly not. So anyway, I honestly don't know. I don't know what the answer is. Oh, wow. Hold on. Oh, okay. Some people followed me on Blue Sky. I didn't even realize it. I always try to follow people back. But anyway, yeah, I think that right now we're in a really interesting place when it comes to open source. And some of this garbage, like the whole age verification, like there's a lot of people who think that like you're gonna have to scan your face and all this, and it might get to that. I don't know, but the more I looked into it and saw that the Heritage Foundation was in on it, and they got in bed with, like, Meta got in bed with the Heritage Foundation, it tells me it's a game. They don't care about safety. They don't care about following rules, and they don't care. Like, they just basically want to keep from getting sued. That's where it all boils down to, especially Meta and all these social media companies are all behind this because they don't want to continue to get sued. And that's pretty much it, And so most likely it's just, whatever they pass in Congress, it's just going to be a codified form of the AB 1043 law, which doesn't matter. You can put your date of birth and lie about it or whatever. It doesn't matter. There's ways to do that to where, maybe, maybe it won't be so easy to lie about. But yeah, I don't see a big problem because, again, there's big money that's behind it. It ain't like it's going to be all of a sudden all efficient. It won't be, I promise. Oh my God. Oh my God, that is hilarious. You guys got to see this. Not that. Oh God, if Joe Biden was only that oh my God, that's hilarious. But anyway, oh wow. Ooh, knocked him out cold too. I bet. Ooh, wow. Like I'm an old man. I can't throw like I used to. I wouldn't try and get. I mean, I wouldn't feel uncomfortable getting into a fight, but yeah, I'm just not. Oh, this guy got checked. I guarantee it. Oh yeah, he's a badass. Ooh. Uh, yeah. Anyway, he's still with me, man. Like every ooh. Ooh. Ooh, that's bad. Ooh, look at her, man. Ooh. That's how you take care of business. Let's see, wait for it. Ooh. Oh, come on, man. That's like gay. Oh, here we go. Oh, no way. You just picked her up like a rag doll. Please kick that cop right in the face. Boom. Oh, this one was funny. Boom. He didn't know what hit him. Woo! Yeah. All right, I probably gotta quit watching this garbage. I get too excited. I might want to fight someone. All right, what do you guys want to see, man? I'm thinking. All right, let me get back to my face real quick, guys. If I do this thing that I'm thinking, I need no, it won't. Okay. All right, 1 second. All right. Oof. Okay, I know what I'll do. 1 second here. Let me see what my. All right. Mm-hmm. Mm. Wait. Oh. Hold on. Oh man, why does that keep happening? All right, let's see here. Somebody with their crappy music. All right. Oh, let's go to Anthropic. Yeah, a bunch of dumbasses I have for neighbors sometimes. They got all this music going on. 1 second, I'm trying to find. Okay. All right. Oh, shoot. I can't find it. Oh, right here. Got it. Okay. So I updated everything. Oh, right. I think. Let me see here. 1 second here. I'm almost there. No. All right. One second. All right, perfect. Okay. Ah, all right. All right, there we are, back on. All right, I wanted to show something. So I'm working on Slackware. I think this is a cool thing to show. Anyway, okay, I've been here for 2 hours. I need to go to the restroom before I go any further. So just hang tight here. I am going to, let's see here. All right, let's do that one. Okay, I'll be right back. All right. I hope nobody went anywhere. All right, so we got some cool stuff to kind of go through right now. All right, so there's a few things here. So I guess before I do anything, I want to try to all right, what do I want to do? I want to basically get rid of tmux. That's what I want to do. Don't get me wrong, I like tmux a lot. I just think I would be better served if, for example, I had the multiplexer of Kitty working. Yeah. This is easy enough. Okay, maybe. Ooh, this is nice. Wow, there's a lot of options here. All right, let's do it. So, I want to try this. Oh. It scared me. Thank you, Jesus. I had a nice little scare there. So it is, okay. Let's see here. I don't know about that. Okay. Yeah, because if I did like, I like that. Okay. Okay, yes. So I have font size. I don't know what that one is. So what if we said, uh-huh. Oh, I think that's what that is, right? So is that like 2? No, I don't know what that is. Oh, it'll send it to tmux. Okay, well, we're not going to use tmux. We'll just do that. Oh, we need to. Okay, let's put this on top. Always on top. Oh. I don't want to do it like that. These would be fine. Let's see here. We're going to see if this works because I am really interested to see if this works. This is going to be interesting. I might want it like this. We'll see. Oh, wait, I gotta Control F5. So they said like that. Wait, what? Oh, well. Supposedly Control Shift F5. Like, did it. Oh. Oh, wow. What the? How do you close that? Oh, mod plus W, right? that close. Oh. All right. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. We got the. What the hell? All right. I know once. Oh, here we go. Why is it doing that? This is one of those cases. Okay, no problem. I have other. Don't I have? Wait, what? All right, hold on. Oh, why is that? Oh my God. Ooh, I know. So you just have to force it. Then. Very good. Why don't I just copy that? Okay. All right, let's see. Ooh, this is no good. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. See if I got flame shot here. There we go. plus y. What the? Actually, I could do that too. Let's try that. I think I like that idea better. So let's do that. I just got rid of that entirely. That should. Let's see what that does. Okay. So we said like, oh, good. And I like it. And I can just do that. Okay. We're good. All right. Let's so let's see here. Okay, this is good. So want to show you it worked. So we said like that, right? So that worked. And then what's the other one? One. I want to just put that over here. Oh, good deal. All right. So, like say I wanted to do dark. So now I am on my, but now I want to do F2. Ooh, if I said, okay. Ooh, I like that. Watch this. Okay. Now that actually is going to be annoying, but I probably could get used to something like that. So if I say Control Shift H, I love that. Ooh. See, and that doesn't matter what computer I'm on, so I like that. Control Shift. All right, Control Shift T. And then you just come back, right? Oh. Oh, it's a new tab completely, or what? Not sure. Let me see. Ooh, and okay. We're pretty good. Okay, Control Shift. Ugh, crap. Come on. Control Shift 1. There we go. And I can just do that. Control Shift 2. 1, 2. Okay, I can live with this. It'll work. And I'll probably put like a few more of these, but that actually will work. Oof. All right. All right, I've just down on the bottom. So what tab power line or what bar styles do we have? I wonder. I actually don't want that. At least not. I'd actually wouldn't. Well, I'll think about that. Uh-huh. Let's see here. Let's look at pager. So let's see here. Control Shift G. Oh. Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, so let's do that. Windows. There we go. I figured it out. Good deal. So, let's see here. Actually, I can go ahead and close that. So, let's see here. I just want to make sure I got this. Control Shift F7. Control F7. Oh, I see. This is actually pretty cool. I like that. I just want to change the colors, but I actually think that's pretty cool. All right. Okay. So what I wanted to do something else. So yeah. Yeah. I actually like my configuration almost the way it is. I don't know. Hey, who's in the chat, man? Like, everybody's like going to sleep on me, man. Anyway, I'm just trying to figure this out so that, oh, I know what I'll do. I don't want. Let's see what we did. Okay. Fine. All right. Oh. I'm pretty happy with this. So if there's something wrong with it, I won't be able to revert that. let's find out. Let's go. Let's take a look at this. Same thing. All right. Now, all right. So if you said, oh, okay, let's see here. Okay, I don't mind that. Then I could just do like, okay, kind of like that. And I come right here. Okay. We can make that work, and then I love that. So much better. And see, like, I have my book that I'm writing, and it's actually backed up to my hard drive, which I'll have to upload it, really soon. But now, this is really good, because now this is really, really good. Actually, I can just put that right there if I wanted, but okay. Or right there. Okay. Oh, we need to put that on the top as well. All right. So now let's go in here to dot files. So far, so good. I always like all right, let's go ahead. Yes, yes. Good deal. Now let's go up a couple, and we're going to get add. Wow. No, it's AM. Okay, no problem. There we go. Good. So I pushed those changes. Everything looks good. Praise Jesus. And now Oh my God, this is just, I'm really happy with that. And so if I hit, okay. All right. All right. I think that'll work. And so if I said like, I don't mind that. Interesting. I would probably rather but actually I don't mind it at all. Let's see what we got here. I might be able to. This is so much better and so much easier than Tmux ever dreamed of being. There's other things that I used to Tmux for, but now, I mean, just take a look at this for a sec. So if you went like that, for example, oh, it's not doing it now. Oh, hold on. If you went like, okay, so I got to, it's pretty cool. I got to figure out a couple of things, but I think we're okay. I need to see what those colors are. All right, I'll switch the colors later. Control Shift 1, 2. Okay. So actually, since that's what we're doing here, you can just do this, I think. Or wait a minute. I could do Control Shift. Wait, why don't I just do that? Let's do this. I'd actually much rather that anyway. So let's just do. All right. And then you just do 3, 4, R4. And then so now, all right. So now I think if I did, okay, so we need to do, okay, let's just do this. I don't care. I don't care about that either. Let's do this. Okay. Dark. Okay. Oh, right. So you go here and just do, it works on. Okay. So now, if I said 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, okay. So cd.files bsd. Oh. Oh, okay. I don't care about that. Now, we just need to use FZF. Okay. I think all right. Very good. Mm-hmm. All right. Okay, actually, I probably can't do it that way, right? But that's fine. Mm-hmm. Let's see if I can. That's fine. Oh, come on. See? Oh, right. Okay. X, BPS, stall, SFCF. Mm, okay, so this is alrighty. Okay, I got it. Ooh, that looks good. So now you could do like dot files. This is awesome. Guys, are you like catching this? Yeah. Like everybody's like really silent, but I managed to get something done. Ooh, I like it. And then if I just wanted to just do this, like, I believe I could just do that. Oh, God. I like it. And then just, just boom, 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 boom. I'm going to take it. And it just had one thing they said. Map, Control F to launch. Oh, that's, yeah, that feeling. You got it. Yes. Woo! Yes, I like it. All right. I don't know. Oh, yeah. I don't know if you could actually map that, but I mean, I would be willing. Okay. So, oh, and all of this is clickable too, which is nice. Man, I'll tell you what, this takes a Pepsi challenge. Like, everything is so much more efficient. I'm telling you. All right. All right. This is a good video to make. I just successfully shit-canned Tmux forever, I think. I like Tmux. I like if if I didn't have like any other. So I'm outside of it. Let me see if does this SM not found. There's a reason. Let's go to bash. Wait. Bash. Okay. No. Right, so it's going to be the path. Okay. No, I bet you anything. I remember this actually. I had a few local bin, bash RC, bash. Oh, I remember this now. Okay. So that will work. Config. All right. I remember most of this. We got NeoVim right here. Oh, wow. We need to take a look at this. So let's do alias ss equals there you are. I think I can live with that. Oh, that's cool. All right. I meant to do something else, but that's fine. All right. That'll work. Don't care about anything else. I think I can. All right. So, SS. Sessionizer install. All right, so what I think I'm going to do here is probably, now I don't need to attach, detach. This is so much better, guys. Jeez. I don't remember what dev jump is. Let me see here. Okay. So this is like, I remember this now. I'm probably going to update those. In fact, let's do that. I'll just put that on nowhere. Important. Good. All right. And I have a few other things that I'm going to do, but I think this is really, really, really cool. All right, so now I'm going to finish this probably later today. I'm going to make a video about this. You guys are going to want to check this out because I got like 3 or 4 things popping off in my head to make this even really pop. But really happy. Now I said that I want. All right. So let's see here. Recent files. Supposedly. Oh, I already got it. Good. So now. And there we are. I'm so freaking happy. That took a little longer than I kind of anticipated, but that is, oh my God, guys. That is so much better. Attaching and detaching. Now, I don't have a system where I need to like attach something that badly, but if I come right here, oh, right. That, which one is that? Oh, that's on Dark Star. Oh, you know what? Oh, that's right. I haven't done it yet. Okay. So, all right. Let's go right here. See, yes. Let's go to my FreeBSD. Let's go to .files BSD. Oh, this is beautiful, guys. So now we're gonna go get pull. All right. Okay. Get commit update. Oh shoot. All right. I could do fast forward, but I think I'll just rebase. Now I should be able to. Okay. Good. Now. Oh. Right. Oh, okay. I'm not sure if that did. Okay. Let me see. What did I change? So they said shortcuts, right? So that's going to be in bash. Good. That's right. Probably shouldn't show you this. Oh man, I got so much crap here. I gotta go through all this. Okay, we gotta do some house cleaning on shortcuts. So let's do that. Add some house cleaning too. Oh, wait a minute. Uh, All right. All right. I got a couple of things there to do. All right. Oh my God. All right. So now, so we are on FreeBSD. Oh, I know why. Oh, okay. All right. Oh. So if I go here, yeah. Okay. Very good. All right. So I was on a different computer, which is fine. But anyway, we need to do that. Let's see, what else do we need to do? I probably need to just like do some house cleaning on my whole bash RC, but I'll do that later. I want to make some aliases for Void Linux, right? So and maybe a few other things, but I think we're pretty good. Is everybody hollering at me to like go somewhere, do something? Probably not. All right. This is a slow couple of streams, man. Oh. All right. We're good. Let's see. I'm definitely happy with this. All right. So there's a few things we want to do. So I got NeoVim 12.1 on Slackware. So that was pretty cool. Man, I'll tell you, man, this AI thing, man. I know a lot of people probably would like to chide me for using it, but I can get so much more done. Anyway, so we got that. That's the only thing we got. I think actually, think it's about time for another pee break, and then I'll probably give you some better music this time. Let's try something else. I just need a pee break. Just give me like 60 seconds. All right. Give me a second here. No. Let's see. I'll be back in a second. I'll be back in a second. Alrighty. You know, one thing that I noticed since switching back from Musl, I'm gonna be real honest. So I couldn't stream above about 13 or 1400 kbps. Right now I'm sitting right at like 6200 right now. And I could set it higher. And I would set it like in my settings to go like up to like 6500. And it just wouldn't do it. So makes for a better stream, I think, right? Anyway. All right, now we're on Dark Star. Oh, right. Let's go here. Let's do... I think if I remember right... I think Starship is right in here. Oh! Oh, right. How was that? Oh. All right. Let's see, maybe I'm... Yeah. So let's do ping google.com. Yeah, we're connected. I select... God. What's the... Slack? PGK. Oh. PKG. Oh, okay. I'm dyslexic today, folks. What do you think about that? All right, so let's see here. I think Princeton, yeah, no. That's a long ways away. I think this one will be okay. I don't remember if this is here or not, so okay. I don't know. Is curl. Okay, I got curl. Good. See if we got this. No. All right. I thought there was something. Okay. So now I do exit dark. Ooh. Oh, right. Now. All right. So now we need to. Let's see. How do I install stow? Stow. Okay, so we do have a Slack build. All right. I don't even remember how to do a Slack build. I always like. Oh, yeah. Oh. Gets that one. I think it's gonna be that one. Yeah. I think I got everything I need. Okay. So we would copy link. If I went. Okay, let's copy that. We'll we get right wget oh, hold on. Okay. We get crap. I meant to. Stop. Okay. So, okay. Let's make directory. Build. Wait, let's do, yeah, let's make a parent directory. Build. Build. Move. Stow. build stow. Build stow. Alright. Okay, I don't remember how to, I don't think, well, we'll try it. Let's see here. Tar xbcf stow uh I don't know what, I've never actually, oh, actually, we'll just do it that way. Okay, gotcha. So we are going to go tar zip ooh. Oh, which, okay. Oh, I see. All right, let's try that. Zip stow tar vf oh. Okay. All right. So we're going to go into stow 0.041. We have I don't have, okay, and then So I can just do make. Oh, right. Configure. Oh. Oh, right. Okay. That was close. I knew this. Oh. Hmm. Okay, that looked like that compiled. Good. So. Let's do. Alright, so now we're going to get clone PPS. Okay. So now I know, like, so now what we could do is make dir. Okay. My shortcuts aren't working for some reason, but everything else is. My tmux is going to be. Oh, I don't have tmux installed anyway, which is good. Ah. Hmm. Mm. There we go. I had to think about that one for a second. Maybe it's just all the streaming I did today. Very good. So I do have I think if I get Light DM installed, I think I'll be fine. I have XFCE and I have Plasma installed to Slackware. Maybe a couple other desktops. I don't know. So I also want to oh, so I got okay, I got you. I didn't see that, so I kind of thought, yeah. Hmm. Well, that's Slackle. I don't want. Let me see here. Oh, here we go. About had enough of that. Let's see here. Oh. Oh. That's the one thing I don't like. Ugh. Mm. Mm. Oh. Just do that right there. Boom. Mm. Oh, right. Okay. Now we got it. You know what? I'm screwing up here. Let me see something. There we go. Hmm. I did not expect this to be this hard. Okay. So now, I think what do I got a tar? Yeah. And shut that door, please. How was your day? How was your day?
¿Qué?
How was your day?
¿Por eso qué es?
¿Cómo fue tu día?
Fine.
There we go. Yeah. So I think if let me see here. Oh, right. Oh, that's right. I forgot all about that. That's right. I forgot about that. Already did. Oh yeah, that's fine. All right. Oh, that's right. Okay, I'm starting. I needed to get my head out of my ass. Okay, so we're gonna go install package. There we go. Now that's installed. All right. It's gonna tell me I need to install what? Greeter, right? All right, we're doing good. That's right. I remember this part. And then it'll tell me to execute it. And here we are. And sorry. Let's see. Perfect. So I have plasma or XFCE. All right. Every time I touch my box here, this right here turns my camera off, but it'll come back on in a second. I could have just switched, but I just wanted to make sure that it works. All right, that's a pretty good stopping point, I think, at least for myself. I haven't, man, it's been, I have my head like so far up my butt today. But I did get some things done today, so I'm happy about that. Very happy. All right. Well, I had quite a few viewers today. I'm pretty happy with that. Not terrible. I think actually, I think we accomplished quite a bit. So anyway, and if you wanted to see, here's what we were just working on right here. I think you can see that. That's my Slackware thing. Slackware build. God, it's been, like I said, I've had my head up so far up my butt all day, so like, but I think some things came out of it really nicely, and I look forward to editing this video, because I'm going to put this part out on its own, because I think it's actually pretty cool, you know, video out on its own. So anyway, I'm gonna get out of here, and anyway, no, right. Just want to thank my my executive producers over here. Russell gave me $100. It was so needed. Thank you so much. Scrub Ghost gave me 15. Thank you, Scrub Ghost. Everyone on this list has given me some money, and then some. There's some people initially in the very beginning who gave me some money as well, but they've kind of since dropped off. I don't know what happened to them. Anyway, just keep on keeping on. I hope everyone found this a little useful. Slurshy, good to see you. I am Lux, good to see you. Cross-platform, good to see you. Daniel I. Jardim, good to see you as well. So anyway, everybody, have a great rest of your day, and I will see you very soon. Bye, nerds.